Hello, hello. We have 4 early eyes already. If that's the case, it's going to be a very promising session. Shall we just get started with some listing and then say good day to people as they turn up closer to 9:30? I, for one, am never short of listing, never short of photographs to get listings done. Like if you said to me, hey, John, you got 10 minutes, get some listing done, I would have photos ready to go. Welcome, Chris Furlong. Welcome. Yeah, look, I did some labels, and the kids were running late, and then after that, they just decided that we've made Daddy late long enough. We're not going to push it anymore. We're just going to go to sleep like that. And so I actually ended up here a lot earlier than I thought I would. And so I've done my labels for tomorrow already, and I just figured, yeah, let's just start it. Why not? Matilda's already here. Matilda got here at like 9 o'clock, which is ridiculously encouraging. Kind of magic. When I see you in person, I'll give you a magic. Why not? Do you want to come say hi? Yeah, you want to come say hi? No? No, we started like 15 minutes early because like some people were here at like 9 o'clock already. They're like already just like talking in the chat. She come say hello? No? Third request? Jen's a bit shy. She'll show her face eventually. John, Michael, how are you? Welcome, welcome. So we've just decided, since some people have come here early, we'll just do some listings, and then around like 9:35, 9:40, like that, we'll say hello to a bunch of people, and then start it up fresh like half hour. So that way we're not, just chatting for the next 30 minutes before we actually start getting some work done. The Hub. Well, the people who watch this channel apparently like hopping onto the chat really early. As you can see, Matilda was here since 9 o'clock. So it's not Mel's fault. Mel is very much on point that it does start at 9:30, but we just decided, let's just get it started. I set it at 9. I actually start at 10 normally, but we've done 9:30 just because I know some people, when they see the 10 o'clock start time, they get a bit like, but if they see 9:30, they might pop in to get an hour of listening and go to bed. Like CL Furlong, he goes to bed like a child because he runs at 5 in the morning, like a grown-up that we all can't do. So 9:30 apparently means he can pop in for like half an hour to an hour, get some listing done. So we're trying out sometimes. 9:30 is very doable for me if the kids go to bed. If the kids fuss and decide to argue and decide to just do what kids do, then 9:30 is difficult. But tonight, we made it. So Mel's not wrong. Welcome. Tiger for life. Dude, Chris, I'm also a kid, right? Remember we went to Retail Fest in Queensland. What was it? With people doing millions of dollars in e-commerce sales, and you're with a Pokemon backpack. I've got a Captain America shield on. We're totally kids. Welcome, Mel. Wait, is the Hub Tom like the infamous Tom that everybody once just can't get enough of? Is that Tom? Am I in the presence of the great and mighty Tom? I'm not sure if you can see this, but these hands are sweaty right now. I'm that nervous because I'm in the presence of Tom. Do I need to grab some paper to see it like blot? Welcome, Tom. Grumpy Granny's here. Minikin Zarelda. Woohoo. Welcome, welcome. So we're going to just get like 15 or so minutes of listing done. And then at about 9:40, we'll say good day to everybody, take some questions, and then do another fresh 30 minutes and keep doing that until it's me and like 3 other people and we call it a night. And that's what we do every session. Grumpy, we haven't set a timer yet. We'll just go for about 10 minutes and then we'll say hello to everybody because we started early. You can blame Matilda for that. She was here at 9 o'clock. We'll start a timer in about 10 minutes. Hey, Megan, welcome. All right. Welcome everybody to Listing Livestream Tuesday night. I hope that the all the messaging about it throughout the last few days hasn't been too much. I've just been trying different things to kind of draw attention to the session. So hopefully it's fun. Hopefully it's not just come. Hopefully it's entertaining to some extent. Welcome Wendy. Welcome Paul, Liz, Jason. In terms of listing, just list whatever. I mean, you know me, every session I'm trying to get 100 in. So that's 200 a week, roughly 800 guaranteed listings up over the course of a month. And then there's also the random listing that I do throughout the week that's not worth live streaming. So I sell about 1,000 items every single month in terms of toys. So therefore, I need to get at least more than that up every single month to keep the stores growing, especially heading into Christmas, because I noticed that once Christmas hits that October, November period, after that, my stock levels just go down. Like I've been doing this full time 4 years now, and regardless, after every Christmas, I still notice, wait, I thought I had that in stock, but I'm completely out. And we're talking items that I've got, 3, 4 of, that as I'm selling, I'm just relisting. I'm taking photos again and realizing, wait, I don't have that character anymore. I don't have that car model anymore. And so every year it's like a new practice of replenishing, and just being more on top of what's there. Addicted to reselling, yes. So I've got all my photos already done. So it's just a matter of making drafts. I sell very niche things. So like toy cars, toy planes, action figures. So for me, it's like sell similar, change the brand, change the model. I know all the stuff by heart for most of it already. So I don't have to do much research anymore. And it's simple things like, when you start selling in a category. So in the case of myself, toy cars, when I discover the model and then I'm scrolling line by line on all the wiki pages to find out which model it is. But at this point, I've been doing it for about a year now with toy cars. I already know roughly at which point of the page it is, and just getting the year and the range right, the color right. So yeah, like doing one draft and making it live, either schedule. I don't like to save drafts because for me, when I save drafts, I forget about it and they just tend to expire. So it's either scheduled. I take photos with the intention of either making it live or scheduling it for end of the month. So it's live, end of the month. Those are my two. So that way I don't have to figure out. Less thinking. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. And yeah, so to get that done, it takes about a minute and a half for me here. And once the photos are done. Yeah, Wendy, I think you and Megan, you guys have like great weather. The rest of us are suffering with the cold. I've got like my vest here as well for like later when it gets even colder, when we hit like past that midnight mark. Yeah, shall we start a timer and get half an hour of solid listing done, and we'll meet back here in half an hour. Sounds good. I'm still getting used to this like delay in the live where you're talking and then you have to wait about 4 or 5 seconds before something comes back in the chat. But yeah, essentially it's list for half an hour, and then we'll come back. If you guys have any questions in the chat, you're more than welcome to put them in there. If you want to talk about anything else, you're more than welcome to do that. Just think of this like your typical study session that you used to have back in uni, right? Where there's always someone who's like literally studying, don't talk to me, don't disturb me. And then there's someone who is kind of studying, but kind of also got a little chat window kind of open on the side. So this is kind of that session, but at the end of the day, it means that we're all on campus at the same table getting something done at a time of the night where it's actually really hard to get stuff done, and at a time of the night when it's really hard to not watch TV. So these live streams meant that I have not watched The Witcher yet, but I also know that it's crap. So therefore that kind of helps. But it doesn't change the fact that my brain goes, oh, since it's crap and I owe myself a series, I'm gonna watch something else. I haven't started a new series in like 4 weeks, and that's a good thing. I'm gonna keep it that way. So yeah, let's go. Forest Finds. Hello, hello. Half an hour starting now. I'll change that. Yo, where were we? Let's see. You guys left me like 60-something messages. My gosh. Clearly no one's doing any work. Clearly everybody is just having a chat. Let's see. Who else is here? Some guy at eBay is wondering why there's a spike in listings on Tuesday. Yes, and hopefully Thursdays as well, and maybe Saturdays. And if how cool would it be if we cause this huge spike and they all send us meat pies at like 1 o'clock? That would be awesome. All bags of chips. Everyone has different things they are listing at different times, and they're working on. Certainly couldn't manage 100. Yeah, it depends on the item. For me, it's if I was listing stuff that was required thinking, then yeah, would it be 100? This is very much just restocking the store, nothing new, nothing. It's like stuff that I already know what the valuable stuff is. So it's kind of like even if I got the valuable stuff in that I don't normally get, my brain's been kind of looking forward to it. That when I finally get it, the listing doesn't really slow down because like, ooh, we finally got this item. So, I will go way past midnight, just hang out for 30 minutes, 1 hour, see what you can do. That's right. The longest we've gone for, I think it was till 4 in the morning. And even then, there was 3 people here. I did it because I wanted to see if anyone would actually stay till 4 o'clock in the morning. And 3 people did. So it goes to show that there's a very... I wouldn't say it's a strong demand, but there is a demand for community at the wee hours of the night when everybody else is asleep, when all the people in our life who don't care about what we do have gone to bed because, you know what, you guys go hustle and do your thing and come back to us when you're finally making money. We get together, just prove them wrong. Just prove them wrong. So yeah, 4 in the morning. Comping one of Tom's books and undercutting him. I have a feeling, Mel, Tom gives me the impression that if he wanted to, he could change the locks on your warehouse one day just for kicks. And then just to see you stomp your feet for a solid 2 hours. I think he would do that. Like, he wouldn't do it just to see you stomp for 10 minutes and go, all right, fine. It would be like a solid 2 hours with cameras, and we'd all get to see it, and then he'd unlock your warehouse for you. I'm not sure undercutting his books is a good idea. 3 a.m. Yep, Liz, 4 a.m. I don't think I'll go to 4 a.m. though. I'm feeling a bit sick. I'm still under the weather from last week. Like my lymph nodes under my throat are still swollen. Eating is hard. Eating is not enjoyable at the moment. But for your sake, I did promise Paul that I would drink soup on this live stream. So I have soup somewhere that I'll make later. And I also have bags of chips. Lol, I'll undercut your whole store. You guys just get married. Could I say that out loud? Mills and Boone. Hey Mel, you should give John some keywords for Mills and Boone because we tried the last live stream. We used words like sexy, seductive, saucy, randy, raunchy. Did moist make the cut? Yeah, we were trying to find like words to add to the title because none of us sell romantic novels. So feel free to fill the chat with keywords that you can use for his Mills and Boone titles. Well, noisiest keyboard ever. Noisiest keyboard ever because I didn't like the noise that this thing was making. So this was the old keyboard. And the playback of the video just felt like a bunch of mouse clicks and silent pauses. So I went and got a mechanical keyboard. So this is a deliberate thing. So therefore, I need to figure out where the mic needs to go so that it's not so loud. There was complaints about the printer. You guys complain a lot. One is the keyboard, one is the mouse. Next thing is my voice. Who knows? But yeah, I guess trying to simulate an environment of work, right? I've moved the mic to here because I did think that it was getting a bit loud as well, and hopefully, because I'm trying to get the noise of the keyboard, the noise of the mouse, and the noise of my little counter thingy that's sitting on 27 listings at the moment. Where's the camera? There it is. Ta-da! Yeah. So was trying to get like the punching noise from the listing counter. Clearly my mic is annoying, Tom. I have moved it to my chest. Hopefully that helps. Chips will come out later, Paul. I'm still not hungry yet. Yes, Trek Bark, welcome. That's a new name. Haven't seen that one before. Did you come along with Mel? I feel like whenever Mel comes to anything, she brings lots of people. So if any of you are like Mel's people, say hello. Or soup will happen at 1 o'clock. I think 1 o'clock will be our soup time. Also, that Tuesday lives used to be drink and talk about a topic, more so because I got nervous being on lives. But now that I've realized that most people don't want to do fixed topic lives anymore, there's enough fixed topic stuff. So essentially, we'll just do listing. That's the main value proposition of the session. If there is a topic that comes up in the chats, whether now or later, then we'll go into some sort of in-depth conversation about that topic of the day. But yeah, alcohol doesn't help that cause, and alcohol definitely doesn't help listing. If I'm listing with alcohol, like Liz mentioned that she can't list past 3 o'clock, or like, you know, her brain doesn't work. If I have alcohol, I can't list because I forget about SKU numbers. I have this false sense of security, like I'm doing everything on autopilot, and then I'll realize that I've scheduled listings on weird times. It's weird. I can hold the conversation drunk, but I cannot list drunk. So, what is everybody listing? CDs, fleece jackets, media, Apple spare parts, Lego. Oh, working on Lego. Books, cookbooks, explaining the atom. What does that mean? Hot Wheels. Hey, competitor. I mean, yeah, I'm listing Hot Wheels too. Hi, Pia. Yeah, just do what feels like comes. Do what feels like it flows. That's the whole idea. Who's Josh? Paul, I pray you never leave any of my live streams. Like, you are the random that my random needs. Wendy, welcome. I'm guessing this is a Jonas, because where John S is at does not make sense. Hello, Jonas. Yeah, sorry, John. Hopefully the mic's a bit better now. My wife eats in bed. This is nothing. My wife and I used to eat in bed until one day she was sick, and I made her she was like, I need a drink. And then I made her like a like a blended strawberry vodka cocktail thing in a wine glass with like a mint leaf and a cucumber. Yes, that was it. It looks strange now in my head, but that was what it was. I brought it to her, and then as we sat there enjoying our drink, she kind of like got up to do something, and she just knocked the glass over, and the glass kind of did this thing where it went shoop, and it spilled everywhere, but in a way that it almost feels like an anime murder scene where someone slashes the knife and the blood goes in that one direction. And so we spent our time blotting the carpet of this red thing. So essentially like no more food and drink in bed. But we did make a murder scene for about an hour of that night, and it was hilarious. Bring back the printer noises from last week. Jada, how are ya? Welcome. I love this response by Mel about like how postage has gone up to a lot. It does feel like a lot. It feels like I don't even know what the prices were, because when I saw that question, I was like, 18, 19? I don't care anymore at this point. I'm just like, let's just sell stuff and figure it out later when sales pick up. Like the fact that the costs have gone up, I've seen the number, but then I haven't registered the number. I'm sure a lot of you guys are like that. You see the price hike, but you go, no, can't be bothered raising the prices, because quite frankly, if sales have stalled right now, that's the last thing I want to do. I'm gonna do everything else to get my sales up first. Then I'll deal with the shipping thing later, because quite frankly, I don't want to spend time on the what is a 50 cents to $1 difference in price. I'm gonna do everything else. And so, especially when you think about it, like I'd rather send better offers, incur a higher promotional listings rate, run a markdown that actually gets sales in the door, than try and save the 50 cents to a dollar from wrong pricing or delayed pricing changes on postage that will also slow my sales down. So I'm in that boat where I'm used to 30 grand in sales a month during COVID. Now we're around that, 20-ish mark. And I don't like that. So I want to get back to that 30. So essentially, whenever there's a change externally, I'm like, fine, if I can be bothered, I'll raise the prices. If not, just focus on anything else. So my postage changes, essentially, my small satchel still sits at $9 on eBay. But we got a band 5 discount. So I guess that evens out the blow a little bit. Puppy Dog Diary, hello. He likes kitties things. This is so hard to keep up with. I'm gonna have to figure out how to keep up with the chat when there's like 26 of you here. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Buy most of my items at $5 for $5. Pricing is easy until you get items worth $50 with no comms. How do you work out if you go for a low profit quick sale versus $20, high profit at $100 but wait months? It really comes down to how confident you are at finding items on a regular basis. I think I talked about this in probably a month ago, where whenever someone gets to reselling, they always feel like something is rare. Like the band of what's rare is quite wide because everything's new to you. And then eventually, if you niche down and sell the same category over and over and over again, like Tom will tell you that a rare CD is within a very small band because he sells so much of them. I'll tell you a rare toy car is in a very small band. Everything else you're just selling to someone based on range. So someone will pick up a bunch of toy cars they haven't seen before, put it in the bundle, and expect someone to pay for the whole bundle, not realizing they've taken away choice. They've disqualified a whole bunch of different buyers just because they think what they have is good. Well, it's good, but this one is for that buyer, it's good. This one for that buyer is good. This one for that buyer's collection is good. But they've just bundled it all together and gone, I haven't seen all of this. It's all rare. Therefore, I'm going to bundle together to get a rare price. It doesn't work that way. So I think if you spend enough time in any category, and we're talking if you're selling between 200 to 500 items of that same category over and over again every single month, you'll come to realize that decision of, do I miss out on profit for a quick sale or do I wait for a longer sale and get more profit? It's more measurable than you think. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's not as random as it may seem. You know what I mean? Like I know within those categories that I do sell in, if I lower my prices X amount of percent, they will all move this much faster, versus if I double my prices, it will take this much faster or not sell. And you establish that tolerance range for pricing relative to sell through. So just keep selling, and then you'll more or less answer your own question. But on principle, most of us in today's climate would take quick profit just because we want to get the money back in to spin and spin and spin. So in this case, knowing that most items have been mass produced anyways, which means that there's millions of units out there, different by condition only. That item that is high profit that you're sitting on, there's a good chance there's thousands out there that you'll come across if you keep looking for it regularly. So I would be taking quick profit so that I can learn quicker and learn and get more reps in. You're not making a loss. You're still feeding yourself, and you're just doing more work. So you're exchanging labor for knowledge, and you're just flipping quickly for the dollars to enable you to do that. That's what I would do. Tom, pumped out 48. What am I sitting on? 27. Damn. Grumpy Granny, I don't know. I struggle to. I'm a very visual person, and my brain does not want to imagine you head down and bum up. And I can't imagine how much that would hurt at your age. Resell XL, hello. Can Saturday sesh be a daytime sesh? Probably. Let me think. Yeah, I've got little kids, so Saturdays sometimes we have stuff like birthday parties and whatnot. But if I know that it's the calendar is free, I can probably aim for like a 2 p.m. I reckon, because Jen works on some Saturdays. As Jen works every other Saturday as well, so it's like come back 1 o'clock, have lunch, kids take a nap, have their little quiet time thing. My son's interesting. He's in year one, goes to school, comes back, plays whatever, and then by Saturday you can tell like he needs alone time. Like when I say, "Do you need some alone time?" He's like, "Yeah." He grabs the iPad, grabs a book, whatever, and just goes to his room and just needs like 2 hours on his own. So usually that happens on Saturday. So yeah, I reckon Saturday we could get like a 2 hour, 3 hour session. I've seen you stomp your feet, Mel. It's cute. uh, disgruntled octopus. Hello, hello. Try not to cause too much disruption. Sexy, erotic, romance, love. Yep, yep. Thank you. Thank you for saying you like the keyboard. I liked it too. I just found the other keyboard just too soft. It just didn't feel like, you know, when you do work, you want some sort of rhythm, some sort of percussion, and like turning on music just feels too hard because you guys have all different tastes. Some of you work to strange music. So playing something in the background, too alienating, but having a beat of a keyboard, yeah, mechanical keyboard. In essence, if there is a equivalent to, we're on a date right now, and I bought this dress just for you. This keyboard literally was bought today for you guys as of today onwards. So consider this I bought this dress just for you. And those of you guys complaining is like saying, "Ooh, you look fat in that dress." Stop it. Be nice. I put effort into this. Josh G. Welcome, welcome. I didn't realize Skylanders are still in. Like Skylanders, I used to sell Skylanders by the tubload back in like 2 years ago. And then I just realized that I had too many common Skylanders sitting around and started using them to make like chess sets and that people buying them for chess sets. And then I realized, and then so I just gave it away to a friend to just do whatever they wanted with it. Yeah. But I'm glad there's still a market for it. Like they were quite nicely sculpted, and for the size of them, they were not badly done. So CL, how do you work out margins versus time to sell through? Well, I know I have a 40% sell-through rate in 90 days on average across the store. However, I also know that 32% tends to sell within a week. So with that math, if we take 10 items, $5 items, which we sell for $50 instead of 100, not knowing they sell or not, and we can move them in 7 days, then we have $230 profit potentially in 7 days. If the item is hot and in demand, you can list and let it, with best offers, auto accept and let it move, and it will. Really comes on if you want a quick dollar and do it again or not. Yeah, makes sense. Spoke to the manager at local Australia Post Business Hub today and asked if there's been a change in parcels due to pricing increases. No, and I think they've realized that they are the only reliable option out there, and it's going to be that way for a while. I don't see any of the other guys doing any better, and also because I found out from a friend of mine who actually works who owns the contract for one of the Star Trek runs, and he does Australia Post predominantly. And he was saying like Star Trek is the only courier that pays by the hour, and everyone else is by the parcel. So when you think about how Sendle doesn't use Star Trek, they just use, I think, Couriers Please, Aramex, and then everyone else uses a variety of the others. The fact that Australia Post still does the by the hour thing makes them the most reliable option, because they're essentially they're managing the capacity by the work hours, not by the parcels, and trying to force people to earn their keep, if that makes sense. So yeah, like I'm finding, just on the quality point of view, Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't think there'll be a slowdown at all. If anything, most resellers when we start, right? You think about all the posts that go up on Facebook where they go, oh, which one should I use? I've tried. Has anyone tried Sandal? And literally the flood of comments they go, Sandal is shit. Like they just go back to Australia posts anyways. So yeah, I need some moderators. I gotta figure out how to do that. If I make Paul Laurie moderator, the randomness will amplify. Although he is here for every session. Recommerce Dave also here every session. Sandra Greach, Puppy Dog Diary, Matilda, the two Wendy's, the twin Wendy's. Oh, I like this one. Sometimes, if there is no comms, you may be the trailblazer setting the comms. Rare means that the object is valuable, but not a necessity, hence not in demand. However, scarce indicates that the object is not available in sufficient quantity to meet its demand. I like this one because we covered this in when that chat between me, Chris, and Jason when we were in Queensland. We talked about what makes an item rare. There's like a whole hour-long discussion on this on the channel, where we essentially went, wait, like an item can be rare, hard to find, but if nobody wants it, it has no value. So you kind of have to make those two things come together. Assuming those two things, and oftentimes those, if your first awareness of those two things coming together is a therapy comp, then you don't really have much to work with. Conversely, if you understand why an item sells, right? And that's why we talk about selling stuff that you know and stuff that you're comfortable with. Because, like, if I were to sell a hoodie that was a Fanta orange color, and it was a thick fabric. I don't sell hoodies normally, but I wear them, and I wear them a lot. And I know that orange is a very hard color to come by. Not that I actively look for orange, but just the fact that I shop for hoodies, I notice that I don't see orange very often. So the fact that I see a Fanta orange hoodie and I go, this is quite thick. The toggles are quite thick. It's not the thin, scrawny toggles that look like, they're gonna fray over time. There's a weight to the tips of the toggle. I go, I think this hoodie is probably rare for those reasons. Like I have reasons already in my head that make sense to me. Then the therapy process just confirms my belief or will debunk it because maybe the only thing that I'm missing is geography. So I could have something that's rare because I don't see it locally, but turns out it's the most common thing as sliced bread in like the US. So they're like, all right, fine. So I guess I have to sell it locally as a rare item because it's not going to be an internationally rare thing. But you see what I mean? Like that, if your therapeutic process is the first time you see something and you go, what do I do with this information? Then it's fair for you to feel lost because you don't have any other basis to determine whether the item is valuable or not. At which point, then you just should talk to someone in your community who may sell the item and go, hey, I feel like this item is rare. Tell me if I'm right or wrong, and be prepared to be corrected if your assumptions are way off, because once again, you know nothing, right? But of course, if you're afraid to be told that you're a bit of a dumbass and that your logic does not make sense, then you're never going to find out. But we're all here to learn. So I've been told that what I thought was valuable is not, and be told how silly I am, and it's okay. I mean, my wife sells baby clothes, right? And she's got this eye for the prints that sell and the prints that don't. I remember going to the clearance outlets and buying like a bunch of different ones that I thought would sell. I came in, she's just like, no, this stuff doesn't sell. I'm like, wait, but that color is so nice, and then that design looks really cool, and I mean I would wear that. I mean, like if I were to dress my kid, she's like, yeah, but that's not, no, they don't sell. So that happens in any category, and be prepared to learn that way as well. Looks like the masses like your bald noggin. I freshly shaved this for you guys today, by the way. I'll come closer. Have a look. Look at that. Look at that shine. Freshly shaved for you guys today. In addition to the new keyboard / dress. Where are we? Apa khabar kamu boleh bercakap bahasa Melayu kah? Boleh. Sebab saya datang Australia umur 14 tahun. Man, that was butchery. That's Malay for all you guys who don't know. Does my bump look big in this keyboard? Yeah, Skylanders are slow sellers to me, anyways. Like, but there are some Imaginators that people still really like because they pose really well. In fact, when I first started the action figure store, it was started with Skylanders, and it got me realizing that people buy them because they pose really well on certain angles. Like, there's something, most action figures look like this. Then some look like, there's like that, like a running pose. And I went, And then I started posing my action figures that way. So in a sense, my posing of action figures now, like all the Marvel Legends stuff, is actually informed by my experience with just playing with Skylanders. We should get back to listing. And WoW games, yeah, cool. We're here. So let's make let's make moderators. Actually, I can't make moderators, Mel, because I'm using StreamYard, and StreamYard doesn't have it. So I'm going to have to do it in like the live. But it's all good. I think we've made it now. So how long did that take? Anyone know? All right, back to listing. Let's go. Oh, for those of you guys who feel like that was a lot of talk for that first 10-minute break, I'm sure that went for longer than 10 minutes. There's a lot of energy at the start of the session, and then by about the second, third 10-minute portion, there's usually like everyone just goes, okay, more listing again. So you will find that it's like 30, 10, then more like a 32-minute, then 30, then another like 2 minutes. Then towards the end, when everyone's like, we're done, we may chat a little bit for a bit longer, but yeah. So it's just everyone gets all the energy out at the start. Paul's not wrong. Just getting used to computers. Okay, I'll try to pop out the thing and see how I go. Da, 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 da. Oh, that's so cool. Pop out complete. All right. We're adding moderators. Not that you guys actually need moderating. I feel like most of you are pretty good anyways. It's not like you guys call me ugly. And even if you did, I can take it. All right. How much did we miss? Not really. I feel like we've haven't really, apart from people bagging out Mel being in Canberra, apparently. So I popped out the chat. This is good. Can see everything. Mel's gone. Thanks for popping in, Mel. Always fun having you along. And Josh. Adam, welcome. It feels like everybody knows Australia better than I do, which is a bit. There's a lot of Australia I need to see. 2 lives ago, we established that I need to watch The Castle because I haven't seen it yet. And apparently, once I watch The Castle, I'll be significantly more Australian than I am now. So, Where's a good place in Australia to just go and like relax, but not cost an arm and a leg? Like I know, you can go to, like the Whitsundays, and it's like, but it's really expensive. Like where's like your favorite spot where you go and you sit and you stare into space and it's just relaxing. I've been to a few camping spots here and there, and the sound of the river behind the tent, and but it still feels like you're surrounded by nature. The way like there used to be trees, they've cut out a path to get to this spot where you can camp, but it's not like you're in nature and there's nothing around you. It feels like you're surrounded by this wall of nature that was designed to be there by it not being cut. So yeah, where's your place where it feels like open space and it's just easy, relaxing, and your mind clears? Let me know. I'm very curious to know where that place is for you. Oh my god, yeah, watch the castle. Jervis Bay, cool. Okay, we'll note that. not Canberra. The alarm makes me jump. Love it. Yeah, we'll change the sound every session. I reckon that'll keep us all on our toes. No, I have not watched The Castle, but it's on Stan. I really should make the time to go watch it. But there's so much work to do. Stradbroke Island, Lake Wurunuki. Where's that? Look at pictures. Lake Wurunuki. Ooh, wow. Lake Wurunuki looks nice. Damn. What was the other one? Jervis Bay. That looks nice too. And Stradbroke Island. That also looks really nice. Wow. All right. Next question. Which one's the easiest one to get to without too much effort? Granny, I gotta say your timing is perfect. And as at this point, if I had made the disgruntled octopus a moderator of this chat, he'd kick you off for 300 seconds. What? You have no Mel? Come on! No, really? No. Explain yourself. The Murray. Go to Tassie. Stay at the Airbnb that Brad and Jazz stayed at. Esperance. What's JB? Yeah, I feel like this is a great idea, Paul, and I think Mel, you should consider this. Book out a pub, because there's nothing more Australian than a pub, and then have like the castle playing on the TV, and then that will be your talking point. Like, so people don't just ask you reselling stuff; they want to get to know you as an Australian. Like, what are Australians into? What are Australians into? What are Australians into? This is the castle. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. JB in ACT. Oh yeah, Jervis Beach. Got it. The dish. All wonderful suggestions. Yeah, I'm more of a fish and chips guy as well, but too much fish and chips, my gosh, your throat starts to swell. You're gonna start to get a bit like hot in the head. I remember growing up, we used to buy these like banana fritter things that we make in Malaysia, where essentially we think of fish and chips just with a banana kind of in batter. And as kids, we would, if you didn't have pocket money, you would say to the vendor, "Can I just have all the batter that's floating on the oil in a bag?" And he'd happily give it to you because it just cleans off the surface, right? He's going to throw it away anyways. And so if you had money, you get the banana with the batter, and if you didn't have money, you just get all the oil in batter. The best part, but once again, like, does your throat real bad. And then you come to Australia, and you realize just how clean everything is in Australia. Like in Malaysia, you judge restaurants based on how oily the floor is. So if the floor is oily and there are rats kind of running around the back, and you've got like, and the tables feel a bit sticky, you kind of know this place is high turnover. The food's probably really good, and for the most part, it's a pretty accurate indicator. The banana fritter stand literally by the roadside where cars go past, so therefore the oil probably has a lot of residue in it already. And you come to Australia and we soften up, right? Like, I grew up in Malaysia, I came to Australia. After 4 years, I went back to Malaysia. My first night there having food, I sat on the toilet for 3 hours and I had a fever the next day. That's how soft my stomach, my gut got in 4 years being in Australia. But then after that, I was fine. So essentially, whenever I go back to Malaysia, it's almost like it's a planned toilet run. It's like, let's just get back. Don't even try and be safe with food. Just eat whatever we want to eat, and expect that there are no activities the first night. Sit on the toilet for 3 hours, get a fever the next day, and then we're good. That's the strategy, anyways. Are you Malaysian, Puppy Dog Diary? Do I know you? Have I met you before? Lots of pronounce. Some good places are Korak, Kopi, Kopi, Kope, Rapanyap. Sleaford. Ooh. Yeah, I need to go on like a road trip with a bunch of Aussies and just go wherever they take me, instead of like trying to figure out where I go and then make decisions. I feel like I'll probably enjoy that a lot more. Like even now when I go back to Malaysia, I don't lead, I just follow, because things change and food places change, people move. Yeah, any one of those holidays where I just follow a local somewhere. If we're done talking, shall we go back and list some more? Because we talked a lot the first time around. Listing? More listing? I'm sitting on 36 at the moment. I'm trying to get to about 50 before I make soup. Night addicted to reselling. We'll see you next session. So Tuesday, Thursday, every week. And apparently a potential for Saturday expansion as well in the afternoons. Not bad, not bad. Saya belajar di Malaysia beberapa tahun, boleh faham sedikit sahaja. Very impressive. Let's do it! Also, that being said, if you guys come over and you guys want to try Malaysian, I make a Michelin-worthy nasi lemak with beef rendang. So if you guys have ever had nasi lemak with beef rendang, that's kind of like my specialty, and it's my specialty so much so that I can cook it for like 40 people, and still kind of keep that standard where it's supposed to be. Yeah, if we do Melbourne road trip, that will be something that I will make for all of you guys. All right, new timer. Let's go. Bathroom break. Probably shouldn't take the mic with me. I've done 52. Dutch curry and rice, creamy chicken. Also, probably should stand up for a little bit. My hips are getting a little bit. I won't do any sexy yoga on camera. But the hips do need a bit of a stretch. Creamy chicken. Mix them. You know what? I reckon if we mix them, it won't taste too bad. But then, how big of a cup of soup do I really want? 137 calories and 110 calories, so 247 calories for the 11:45 p.m. And if we're gonna go to 2 in the morning, whiskey. Oh, Janelle's here. Hey, Janelle. You know what? Fuck it. Let's mix it. I'll be back. Whoops! How long did that go for? I was boiling water. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. Clearly, more practice needed for running lives. Still waiting for the water to boil. See you, Resell XL. Join us again. Oh, I love it. Seriously, this chat is like gold. What did I read? Oh yeah, pee faster. That would be nice. I want a ringtone that says "You have money." So, funny story. Jenny, so Jenny's been having to adjust to the fact that my son can read, he hears everything, but he kind of doesn't have context. You guys saw that thing that post on Instagram. Those of you guys who saw it, that there was a car sticker with like Jim's, like the Jim's logo, but it was like fake taxi and OnlyFans. And then he read it from the backseat, going, "Hey, Dad, what's Jim's fake taxi?" And I went, "A fake taxi." He goes, "Oh, okay," and just moved on, right? And so the other day, she said to me, because I bought like a lot of stock, and I literally had no money in my accounts, business accounts, and she went, "Hey babe, what's the point of giving me access to all your accounts when you've literally got no money in it?" And I went, "Oh, I just bought all this stock coming through, da da da." Okay, end of conversation. Few weeks later, my son goes, "Want something?" I say no, it's not worthwhile. We shouldn't buy it. Buy something else that you actually will play with. And he goes, "Is it because we have no money? Mommy says you have no money." But, so yes, I really want a ringtone that literally just goes, "You have money. You have money. You have money." That would be nice. Does the I should get like a one with a bigger timer. I feel like the timer is still a bit small, but you guys can clearly see it, so that's kind of cool. Yeah. All right. Timer is obviously sorted. Let's go and grab the water and mix this soup together. Woohoo! Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Should probably get rid of this. Because clearly you're all here to watch me mix soup. Not to listen to mix soup. Also, I found this like loaf. You know the loaf that you. So Jenny doesn't normally buy this loaf, and only after ripping like a slice out of, I took one of the I sliced through the middle of this full loaf. I didn't want the edges. I wanted like a nice big slice in the middle. Only after cutting it did I go, she normally doesn't buy this loaf. I hope she's not wanting to make like that soup where you put the soup in the loaf. Because if she did, I've literally just sawed it in half and it's useless for that. We'll find out tomorrow. Dutch curry. And no, Paul, we're not mixing 4 packs in at the same time. Or was it Dave who suggested that? Way too much salt. Like I'm gonna go to sleep and wake up with a throat that feels like it's filled with sand. Extreme eating adventures. I'd like to hear those stories. How many of you actually done something really, really dumb with food and regretted it? Share with the class. So this is the This is the chicken. And this is the curry. Okay. You may not know this, but right now, living my best life. Who else is also feeling packaged, by the way? I've decided to go make some supper. I can't get past like 12 o'clock. If I'm gonna work later than 12, there's always gotta be supper. I wish I could survive for longer, but I can't. And then whenever I meet up with my friends who don't work late, who have 9 to 5 jobs so they can sleep from 10 to 6. It's like, oh, there's research that shows that you shouldn't eat past a certain time, otherwise, your body will suffer. Like, you think I don't know that? You think like I choose to do this for fun and for longevity? I don't. It's called a hustle for a reason. We're doing this in the short term so that in the future it's like better. But you try to explain it, it's too hard. So you go, yeah, but I need supper. If I need to get work done, I need supper. So tough. That's pretty much the response now. No point justifying the whole why anymore. Oh, so hungry. What's happening in the chat? What is happening in the chat? Oh, nice, Sandra. I wasn't Granny. I wasn't gonna make soup because it's too much work. It's too much work. I do make good soup and I can cook quite well, but at the moment I'm more interested in getting sales up, not hosting any guests, trying to recover from a sore throat and a general bug. And if all of you said to me, don't turn up on Thursday, go rest, I'll be like, I'm doing this anyways because this is fun. So yes, we'll have to make soup another time. Also, the whole idea with soup was because Paul said we needed to have like soup drinking ASMR, and so this will serve that purpose for the live stream. Although I think making actual soup, like proper blended potato and leek, will have a stronger, punchier slurp. I have to make entree or pumpkin soup for an event on Saturday, only though for about 30 people. Make from scratch. Show off. Client put a pizza into the had a client. I put chili into things and ended up with something unreasonably hot, but suffered through it anyway. You know what I learned about chili? I didn't realize that some places when they make hot chocolate and chili, they put the chili flakes in as opposed to like the powder. I went to this place. I was like, yeah, this isn't too spicy. And then sculled it. Because the way I drink my coffee, if you guys were here from the start, I have a sip of it when it's like really hot. And then after that, I let it kind of cool down to about warmish room temperature and I scull the rest. And that's how I drink my coffee. That was an interesting cough back out experience because all the flakes just went through at the very end with all the chocolate. So it was like the sweet and the spicy hit at the same time. It's like, that was it. I had a client put a pizza in the oven, but without a tray, so they melted away to the pizza down, melted through, touched the wire. That's hilarious. Cereal break. Yes, Megan, cereal's awesome. Handful of sultanas. John, come on, more. Nuts, surely. Sultanas and nuts. Glass of Milo, bottle of water. Really? Night, Minikin. I have thought about drinking whiskey. Really have. Hmm. Ooh, speaking of pizza, I remember when I got a job at this pizza restaurant that was clean, like the owner, the white guy owned the place, but he was never there because he pretty much trusted it to this gang of Pakistani like uni students, right? And you could clearly see as a hierarchy. Like one of them was the manager, the other one was like head of this part and that part. And one day this new guy comes through. He's neither Pakistani nor aware that there's this hierarchy going on. So he comes in and he starts boasting about how much he can drink and yada yada yada. Granted, we're all like uni age, right? So, oh, last night I drank this much, yeah. And Pakistanis get a bit like annoyed by that, and so they said, "Hey, brother, $20, you can eat this," and they give him like a dessert spoon of the olive paste. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but like there's in some pizza places they don't just use olives. They have like the olive paste that comes in a can, and that stuff reeks and it goes. It's like a nose, throat, everything experience. When you swallow it, it's like it stays in your stomach. Whole dessert spoon. The guy had to eat it, and he was in that mode where he would have done anything. So he took it. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. A guy take a whole spoon, too proud to spit it out. Face goes completely red. He got to keep the $20, but for all our entertainment, absolutely worth it. How's everyone's listing coming along, by the way? I'm sitting on 52 at the moment, and we're not even halfway through this. So I reckon we'll get to the 100 before the end of the night, which I'm pretty happy about. Not bad. Hi, John. Gargling vodka. No way, Liz. Hey, Tom, question. What's your because you've gone through so many CDs by now, do you actually remember them all already, or and does the market stay fairly static for most of it so that you're pretty much listing from your brain, you don't even comp anymore, or is it a case where you still come across stuff that you do have to comp? Because I remember when I was selling comic books, I didn't have that many, but I remember at one point I just wasn't comping at one point because it was like there were ranges of stuff that were at a certain price anyways, and I realized that comping was just a waste of time. What's your process like? I think all of us want to know because it's your first time here. Yeah, Avalon. I don't miss clothing either. Oh, we're going back to untracked. Got it. That makes sense. But do you pretty much price your inventory from your head? Like you know what the market price is for more or less everything that you pick up? Oh, this bread's delicious. Right, got it. So comping when sourcing, but not when listing anymore. Avalon, where are you based? Come to like a meetup. Clearly, Tom, you and Matilda will get along. Matilda was completely against the drinking of soup on this live stream, but Paul insisted, as you can see from the chat and the contributions of our dear Paul, I did promise some soup, so I will have to finish soup on mic, and then this will never happen again on live stream unless the majority unless the majority request for it, which I doubt will happen. Also, the soup thing I think happened at like 2 in the morning or 1 in the morning. It was like one of those things where there was only like 3 of us on the live stream, and it came up. So what's reselling in Sydney like? Isn't the cost of living like really high? Like when I was in Sydney, the short time I was there trying to source for things, my gosh, I felt like traffic was doing my head in. I didn't want to go anywhere. And even when I found a deal on Marketplace, it felt like such an effort to get from one part of Sydney to another. I completely appreciate, like, it's like Melbourne. I completely appreciate the fact that it's the roads go straight from one section to another. Canberra wasn't too bad the way we were in Canberra. I've never actually done sourcing on the Gold Coast yet. Adelaide, I have. Adelaide just felt like it wasn't, like, the density wasn't quite there. But yeah, Sydney would be the only city that makes me not want to drive to pick something up. So, like, kudos to you doing it in Sydney. All right. You guys got to hear this bread. Can you hear it? How awesome does that crunch sound? Whew. Right? Which is why I feel I'm going to get in trouble tomorrow, because I feel like this isn't the kind of bread that Jenny normally buys. And I'm eating like a slice right through the middle of it. It's beautiful. Go make food. This is fresh. I'm pretty sure this is from the market today. You know, the part about Sydney that really surprised me was the fact that Google Maps couldn't keep up with Sydney. Like, the number of times we were in the wrong lane, we ended up, like, we were on like the outer lane to turn right, and only to realize that there was only one lane instead of 2 or 3 that Google was telling us there was. And a number of times we ended up on toll, even though we said no toll. Now, what are you studying, Avalon? Cool. Bachelor of Science. To work in science, or to be like a teacher or something? Yeah, I feel like Melbourne, there's a lot of really small resellers here. Like, everywhere I go, I'm noticing people comping a lot more now, but realizing that, like, it's comping that happens, but from a very sheepish point of view. Like, if you're most of you here, when you go comping in public, you don't give a shit anymore. You're just going for it. You're like a machine. People just leave you alone. Then there are those who are like, they behave like they shouldn't be comping, but they're comping, and they're pretending to look on their phone, but they're really just checking prices. And you can see like, the other day I saw somebody with an iPhone 4, and They were taking photos of items, sending to their friends, trying to figure out. And I just thought to myself, if you upgrade your phone to something faster, Google Lens will work better, your internet will be faster, you'll get so much more information. But it's just interesting to watch people like where they're at, starting out really small. And to some extent, I kind of forgot what it was like back in the day when I remembered scanning photos to sell on eBay at one point. So yeah, like just the fact that there are people still starting out and you see them everywhere now, because I think this concept of selling something for profit is in the back of everybody's mind. Like they can make a little bit of pocket money here and there, they'll try. And so I do see them a lot more, especially when I realize that the only reason I don't see them is because I don't leave the house. So if I'm sourcing a marketplace or Gumtree and getting stuff being shipped to me, courier labels, then it's like I don't notice it. But once I go out to the op shop, I'm like, ooh, most of these people here are not here for a deal. Most of these people are like, even the parents with the kids, right? Like they'll dump the kids in the toy section of the op shop to like babysit them, and then they'll go comping and then come back for the kids. Savers, worse. Like I go for toys, right? So I'm going to Savers, and the whole Savers toy section is usually like trashed by a bunch of kids who are left there whilst parents are comping on the racks for clothing. Like I've never seen so many unsupervised kids before in my life. Yeah, I'm in Melbourne. Mm-hmm. I love it when you go into like cash converters to sell something, and then when they start comping and they say the words out loud, and then the moment they get one word wrong, if it's a word in your favor because you know that it made the value go up a little bit, you kind of keep quiet and like, yeah, that's the model, yeah, I'll take $50, no problem. Megan, we'll go with Chris Furlong. He does. I think there's 2 Savers down where near where he lives. There is no Savers where I am. For me, it's just a bunch of like. So for me, it's a bunch of op shops and houses and suburbs closer together. So for me, it's more marketplace pickups. But for him, he's got more Savers down his end, and I've been to them, and they're quite big. But I find that it's like big Savers, but people coming to them equivalent to the size of it. So like the bigger it is, the more people you see there, and you can sense the rush of like try and grab. Yeah, no, I don't like that environment very much. It makes you just feel like it's a market. I'd much rather just grab a deal on marketplace, pay up front. If it's pending, offer to pay more. If I've got room in my own margin to pay more, lock it up, go pick it up. Don't need to see anybody. You can tell I don't like to see people. this whole persona, like that I enjoy people's company. I struggle in big groups. I generally don't enjoy having to fight with a lot of people at the same time in public. I know some people do well in that environment, not me. I like flea markets. Ooh, night, Grumpy. Yeah, non-contact all the way. Even my local pickups for eBay, I just put them in the meter box, leave them at the door. Once it's paid for, just come pick it up. There's cameras anyway, so yeah. But the number of times people will say, "Oh, can we come and browse your store?" Hey, Tom, do you get people coming to you and saying, "Hey, can we come and browse your store?" And you're like, "Which part of the store? Which one of the 100 shelves do you want to stop browsing at?" Janelle, my company is not but it was my company in a small group, and we were usually at alcohol as well, so that kind of helped, right? Alcohol helps. Plus, I feel like we had a lot of like, you do like online chat, and then you get to meet in person, and suddenly you're like, oh my gosh, this is you, the person in the flesh with breath and blood. Which is why I reckon if we do a Melbourne meetup, we're pretty awesome, especially with all of you guys. If we all come down somewhere, just do something somewhere, it'd be so cool. Yeah, I've given up. Like I used to let parents bring their kids down and look for toys, and I usually have something prepared for them already. But it's gotten to the point where just too much stuff. It's not even what's the word? It's like it's not even safe to walk around now. It's like I'm strafing along the various corridors in my garage. I do need to get it reorganized. I keep saying that, but it's a big job, and I know Matilda has told me to go get containers to go and, but it still takes effort and time to move. And yeah, like the part of my body that hurts the most at the end of a work day, if I'm going quite hard trying to get stuff listed, shuffle stuff, reorganize stuff, it's like the rotator cuffs from like all that reaching and rotating, and like this muscle here on the outside of my calf, because of all like the rotating of the feet. Like if your feet do this and you're like constantly like shuffling to turn, like if you're walking and you're walking and then you're just turning like on the spot, those muscles stabilize you to do that. And then when I go to bed, it's like I want to take my calves off because they hurt so much, and I'm literally having to put one ankle bone into the outside of my calf and just kind of rub it to kind of relieve that tension. Yeah. Get a Herman Miller Aeron chair. Yes, please like the video. As Paul says, please share it with don't share it with your friends. There's nothing much here today. We're just kind of chatting and to each other. But let your friends know if they're resellers and they want to come and do a live listing session. This is kind of what it is. So 30 minutes and then 10 minutes talk, 30 minutes, 10 minutes talk. Most nights we tend to list more than we talk. We should probably get back to some listing. But I'll quickly answer Avalon. I've got a 4-bedroom and a double garage that has a basement. So at the moment, I'm using the whole double garage, the basement, and the basement is roughly 3 meters so it's 3 meters by I reckon 12 to 15 meters this way. So that's where I take all the photos, and there's a double garage directly next to it. But there's also like because the house is kind of on a slope, so where the stumps are, there's all this inventory kind of stored under the house in between all the concrete stumps. And then we also got this bedroom that's upstairs, and the next door bedroom where all the baby clothes are. So yeah, it's like 2 bedrooms, double garage, and that basement space. So that's kind of what we've got at the moment. Total listings about 6,000 items, but lots of stuff still unlisted. The goal is to get it to about 10,000 by the time Christmas comes. And I reckon we can get it all into this space still, because there's a lot of like inefficient space, and there's still stock here where really I've kind of held on to it for a bit too long. And we're talking like think of like a tub of Hot Wheels cars. If you get like 500 of them, usually 100 of them are in like mintish condition. Then there's about another 100 to 150 that you could list them for okay money, like more than retail. So we're talking, if it's $2 car retail, we're talking about $4, so to speak. But then there has to be like desirable models, like we're talking Skylines and Celicas, things like that. And then the other 200 are like, you generally should just put them in a bulk lot, like 50, and sell for $20 per lot. I've got those lots sitting just under the house that I really should just get rid of. But every time I think about climbing over things, carrying it out, making those lots and selling in marketplace, and having to see people, my brain just goes, no, I just list individually and make more money that way, which is true, but I don't get space back. So once I get space back from moving all those like marketplace-ish kind of lots out, I should be able to get all 10,000 listings actually in the current space, which means that the warehouse can come in like another 3 to 5 years, which is also, it's limiting because it means that I'm stuck in this kind of like category where items are small. They, a bucket can fit like, 100, 200 units. Like that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm also realizing that in these categories, most purchases are bundled. So most purchases are combined shipping between 4 to 6 items. So, fulfilling a single Hot Wheels car for $4 isn't worth the time. Fulfilling 6 of them at about $20 to $30 more worthwhile, and we can get them quite quickly because we pretty much know what they are. So yeah, so that's the space I'm in at the moment. When I've got a dual cab. When I bring stuff back, I'm essentially sorting by individual listing, bulk lot, taking photos of them on the spot, and then they stay at like the front of the garage so that when people come and do pickups, you can just grab and give it to them. And then whatever I don't want goes straight into a dumpster. So I've got a dumpster outside as well. So essentially, I'm not adding to my problem, but I've still got the residue of the old habits that kind of taking up space. So I got to get rid of that. This room actually used to be super messy. It used to be like, see, I can show you guys. So this room here, right, used to, so I've got these shelves here. And like this is all pretty organized as at the moment. But this table used to be in that corner, and it used to just be like parts for all like motorized cars and stuff that I used to fix. So you can imagine that was a very bad use of space. And I binned all of that because I had my godmother come to stay with us. So now this is a bid. I've got a lot of transformers I'm going to work through. We picked them up for $2 each, believe it or not. So I was thinking of doing a live stream for these and sorting through them and Google lensing and whatnot. That made a noise. Ooh. Yeah. And so obviously like this is a much more usable space, but there was a time where you literally had to tiptoe around this space. So, but even then, here, like this, there's a lot of Lego here that, I'm just kind of holding on for a little bit, or maybe we'll use it, we'll see. Like that's a bulk lot of Lego that is more or less sorted by the sets, and I just got to figure out how to list them. And yeah, so got to use my space better. That's essentially the summary of it all. When will night Megan? When will Jen say no more stock in the house? There was a time when Jen would have said no more stock in the house until she found out that warehouse prices have actually gone up after COVID. Now she's like, how much stock can we keep selling to maximize the house so that we don't actually have to go get a warehouse? Yeah. So for financial reasons, no warehouse. But I do want to get a warehouse eventually. Maybe when this whole YouTube thing starts paying more money so that we actually have another income stream of some sort. That would be nice. But yeah, at the moment, it's still very much 4 years into full-time reselling, still reinvesting in the business because we're not quite there yet to pull money out of it. At the moment, I'm taking about, depending on the year, $45,000 to $60,000 for myself. So whilst I am a YouTube six-figure reseller, which is bullshit, I hate that title. I'm actually like Tom. If you're in growth mode, you're taking like a very minimum salary as well, right? Even though you're making a lot of money, you've got this massive warehouse. So I think like I plan to probably stay on this kind of 40, 60,000 kind of salary for probably another 5 years just to get the business in that point where I've worked out I can hire 3 staff on about 0.6 FTE. If I can get turnover back to about that 50K mark a month. We've seen 32 before. That was our best month during COVID. So at the moment, branching out to different categories, growing the Transformer side of things, action figures, toy cars. Baby clothes is a bit more competitive, a bit more capital heavy. Yeah, toys is actually quite capital not heavy because it's very rare that you find categories where you're paying $1 to $5 per item, but there's the resale value of somewhere in the $10 to $50 depending on the actual character or the actual make and model. So I'm looking for more of those categories because they don't take up much space. I would much rather bigger items, larger ASP, but I don't have the storage for it. Yeah. More listing. Yes, Puppy Old Dairy. The basement is from the first video. So that's what the basement looks like. It's like just a clay kind of underground space. That is actually really cozy because the way that the garage, like the draft that comes through the garage, gets really cold, and so during the winter when we heat up the house and then we turn off the heating inside the house, the underneath of the house stays really just really warm because of all the piping that's underneath the house, and even in summer it stays really cool. The good thing about this house is that it was actually built by a builder. So the guy who built the house was a brickie, and then he is like an Italian super anal kind of brickie, where the neighbors told me that when he built the house, and he went overseas for holiday, he came back and he just wasn't happy with the brickwork on one of the walls. He made his tradies tear it down and redo it all over again. and then his wife is like a horticulturalist. So my house essentially, for every square meter of like red brick, I can hardly find one scratch. And the house was built in like 86. So I've got like a super solidly built house that just really needs to be renovated on the inside to make it a bit more pretty eventually. We've got little kids anyway, so we've essentially resorted to thrash the house, and the brickwork will hold, and then essentially we just redo it and renovate it nicely in the future when kids know how to look after nice things. At the moment, it's like there's crumbs everywhere, sticky surfaces. Like I don't enjoy walking in my own house barefoot. That's how dirty little kids can be. Of course, you can spend time telling them to be clean, or you can spend time just wearing shoes and doing other things. So we just wear shoes at home for the most part. And then yeah, so essentially it's quite comfortable to be in the house at the moment, which I'm quite thankful for. Like I know some friends who resell, they've got like, you know, the thin like rendered concrete type garages, and it's super dingy and it's super cold. That's not my experience. So very thankful for that. Yeah. Tom saying the slower and more steady you scale, the better. It's important to have a strong and sustainable base. I agree. I agree, which is why like I feel when I watch YouTube is an interesting thing. When you go on YouTube, you see everybody trying to show off that they can get somewhere faster and faster and faster, to the point where you don't want them to have missteps. And then when they have a misstep, you're just like, because now you've made it, now you've committed publicly to something that you can't take back. And the moment you take it back, your credibility just kind of falls apart. And and I think at the end of the day, like when we talk about growing something, like raising children, like it's like you teach them good values today, not try and fix them later when they've built up all these bad habits to the point where they're teenagers and they don't respect you anymore. So actually, the reason why I became a reseller was because back when I was a finance broker, I couldn't deal mentally with the fact that if I didn't have proper processes in my business, that a staff member could make a mistake accidentally, even not even malicious, and then for the next 7 years I wouldn't know about it until one day an auditor comes by randomly, and then I have to figure out how it happened. Like that completely stressed me out. So then reselling for me was like, great, I can sell something, it's sold, it's done. If a customer's not happy, I can fix it there and there. And I like the fact that the window for any problems is very, very small. So that's been something that's allowed me to actually focus on growing. Because if you're too scared to grow, and if you're too scared to of any of those repercussions, especially legal repercussions are dumb, because most people don't understand that. They get surprised when they get a legal bill. I used to study law, and I remember just thinking like, wait, you do this and you can have up to $250,000 in fines. Yeah, like the government just throwing around like 6-figure fines as if people have 6 figures lying around to pay fines, or that people are just trying to live like they're avoiding those fines. People don't do that. So that's how unreasonable the law can be. So when I think of like legal ramifications, freaks me out. So yeah, no. I think with eBay, like legal ramifications are quite limited, unless you literally try and intentionally cause harm to somebody through a transaction. Like the stories you hear in the States, people sending poop back in the bag for returns, people sending rocks and nails to somebody else, like that kind of nonsense. Dumb, don't do it. But for the most part, it's your standard sell an item's broken, item gets sent back, you process a refund, like it's done. That to me is super safe. So eBay reselling, very safe. Very thankful that I'm doing this instead of what was going to sleep, waking up, and being afraid to open my laptop towards the end of it because I just didn't want to get emails of like valuation wasn't valuation is short, we can't process the loan. Some muppet in back office made some mistake and they lost the document that was sent, and then the settlement's tomorrow and the customer's going to lose 10 grand. That kind of stuff. Like, yeah, I don't miss that life. Even though I got paid a lot more as a finance broker, do not miss that life for all those reasons. Ha ha ha! Funny, Janelle. Very funny. Also, the people we bought them from actually were not the original builders. They were a couple that got. Let me see if I remember this correctly. It was a husband and wife who had gambling problems and they couldn't keep their house. And so then they convinced the husband's sister to sell her place and move in together on the premise of a joint retirement type living where they would look after each other. She then discovered that they had these problems because when they couldn't pay the mortgage, they fled to the city and were like they just went like completely out of the picture. And then the poor lady had to try and sell the house. When we came to the house, it was this mess of like you could tell it was two houses put together internally, and it was just the agent couldn't. The agent thought he was getting an easy sale, but we couldn't get vacant possession. We essentially had to settle on the house because the sister begged me to settle so that they could move out over the weekend. And the poor sister had to move out the house herself with another person. They were in their 60s, mind you. And so I did a kind thing, settled the house, and she kept the word. But I did tell her, can you please move it from the front to the back so that way, if my in-laws were to come by and check out the house, at least they can see that it's removed and don't make me like send more legal letters to you. So it's more of a gut feeling thing, right? Eventually, we got vacant possession 3 days after settlement. It took them 2 weeks to co-sign the contract because they just would not be seen in the same office together. So the poor lawyer and the agent dropped an F-bomb on the final inspection day because he was trying to keep it all together, right? But the young guy didn't know what he was doing. He just thought he was getting an easy sale, which it wasn't. But the good thing was the house was worth about $650 at the time. We only paid $595 for it. It was back in 2015. So got a great deal. Last house to get listed before the end of auction season. So everyone's a bit like, why is this house getting listed now when all the auctions are finalizing now and it's like 2 weeks from Christmas? So yeah, big win. I'll let you guys keep talking. I'm going to do more listing. Try and get to that 100 mark. Maybe have some chips later. Who knows? Night, everyone. All right, Tom, you're gonna have to tell us why eBay is a slow sinking ship, because that's a good point. That's a good point. I've been trying to think about what to do with my items. I do use items as well for the most part, and I feel like eBay is my only option. But then, yeah, what do you tell me where I should go, Tom? How would you, um, Paul, Tom, Janelle? How would you expect eBay to innovate to stay relevant, especially for like the used market? Stop trying to beat Amazon. eBay was best 12-ish years ago, where it was more even playing field between buyers and sellers, where the focus was less on mass-produced Chinese crap. Yeah, true. I remember what eBay was like 12 years ago. Yeah, eBay was much better last time. I feel like you're right. The buyer confidence definitely has gone down. Because it used to be a place where people sold rubbish, and then it became a place where people could sell good stuff, high valued stuff. People still do, and then now it's like people just don't trust it because they feel like there's no certainty. And you're right, because that whole location enforcing thing. It's funny, right? Like they tell us sellers, and like we resellers are constantly talking about how there are plenty of buyers for items, and that if we to not limit the size of a market. But I feel like eBay, the way they behave, sometimes can be a bit small-minded. Like they go, "Oh, we can't get rid of the fraudulent buyers or the fraudulent sellers because then the platform would die," which is so not true. Like that trade-off just from confidence alone will make a huge difference. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're not wrong. If you talk to young people about eBay, they don't shop there because it's one big scam. So sad. So sad. What would you do if you wanted to sell used items? Where would you go if not eBay? I feel like eBay, because of the reach, being able to reallocate, like being able to redistribute items that are in demand to like small pockets of demand worldwide. I don't know where you'd go apart from eBay. That's my limitation at the moment. Facebook Marketplace, I feel like they still try and recommend things that are local to you, though. At what point do you think Facebook will start recommending items that are anywhere in the world? Because I know that in the States, they're trialing with the whole shipping thing. When do you reckon they'll hit us here? Yeah, Janelle, I reckon eBay's marketing could do better. Like at the moment, they're too focused on trying to be all hip and stuff when really, like, I look at some of the ads. It's like they're trying to be, hey, we're trendy and we're current, but really just show me that items can be, show me that that I can feel safe, and I'll come back. Oh yeah, good point. eBay did buy Gumtree. Oh man, Gumtree is so hard to use now. I hate the fact that Gumtree, whenever you scroll, wherever your thumb lands, it's always an ad. Yeah, but Facebook will monetize this and people will move again. Good point. This is a great discussion. So essentially, what this is telling. So as far as resellers go, right? Do we just then familiarize with all platforms and then essentially go where we go wherever there's more prospect. Eventually, that's the idea, isn't it? But for individual resellers, spread is quite thin. I do have a lot of like respect for those resellers who figure out how to do like Instagram, and it's a lot of effort. Like I don't particularly, but I get how like on Instagram you take a couple of photos, people trust your taste, and really you could get by with Instagram taking less photos. Um, you build up enough of a following, no fees, or are there fees on Instagram if you have a professional account? I've never tried. Let me know if you guys know. But no repercussion as far as eBay guarantees are concerned because people trust you anyways. That's kind of cool. Man, if there's a search-based platform similar to eBay, I would give that a go. Just like my issue at the moment is that there's a lot of like recommend to you platforms, but the actual search-based platforms are not that great. Um, is Discogs like purely for selling media? Ah, got it, got it. So in short, what I'm hearing is make your own website, go through the effort of figuring out the marketing for yourself, and then that's when you have to don't that's when you don't have to deal with all this nonsense. But that's the biggest cost, isn't it? The fact that we don't have the biggest trade-off, right? That we don't have to market our own stuff. That the platform brings the traffic. Also, this is why I love this session. The fact that we start talking about something and then we kind of the night just moves on, and then we get to about this point where there's like six people in the chat, and like the good stuff comes out. This is and the best part is that none of this has to do with me. Like this is not coming from my head. The pressure completely goes off my shoulders. And you guys are just like having this discussion that's like super helpful. And I'm thinking about how do we actually like build upon this discussion so that because like I feel it's like if you do a SWOT analysis, like the fact that with most used selling, you got Facebook, Gumtree, eBay, build your own site, some sort of random social media platform like TikTok or whatever, Shopify store, right? Like TikTok, Instagram, heading to Shopify store. The least amount of work for biggest reach is still eBay at the moment, and it feels like without another platform to go to, anything else just feels like it's backward. A lot of people who do, I've seen a lot of like social media selling resellers, and they're not very good. Like they just don't know how to take, like they don't know how to take good photos on eBay, let alone take photos that pop so that they stand out in like an Instagram feed of just photographs. So yeah, so a lot of people don't understand that shift, and not having that plan B is kind of worrying. Oh, Janelle, ooh, that sucks. Whew. I do like Tom's suggestion though, where you pay for the you pay for the protection. That makes a lot of sense to me. That's a that's a topic that I reckon the disgruntled octopus and Granny should have a discussion. Should free shipping is free should free returns be a given, or is it something that sellers should be able to choose to give or not? That'll be one of those topics that ruffles a few feathers, I reckon. Yes, my Amazon customer bought a sewing machine bag for his girlfriend. His girlfriend dumped him, so he now wants a refund. Amazon allows this as a return. Maybe he bought her better gifts. Like the actual sewing machine. Wait, a sewing machine bag costs $500? What? Why? I mean, guitar cases only go for like $100, $200. What is this? What is this thing made of? I remember there was this Jimmy Carr segment where he was talking about worst gifts, and then he said that there was a old couple that was it. They asked him what he got his wife, and he said air fryer, and then they asked the wife what she got him, and she said chips. That's the kind of marriage I want. Buy the wife the air fryer, she gives you chips. Done. Oh right, got it. Makes sense. I see Janelle and Tom are making wonderful friends. You know what I want? I want for eBay to be able to like I want for you to have to put like a size marker next to your items whenever you take photos. That way eBay uses that marker as a reference in the photos to know whether an item can fit into an envelope or not. Like the number of times I see someone trying to send a toy card with stamps, like it doesn't fit, but people do it anyways. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Yeah, I use grid lines to take photos. Yeah, the canceling and getting them to rebuy is dumb. I agree. It's funny you say break time, Papito, because we've I feel like we've just been talking about how we can make eBay better or make a site that is better than eBay whilst listings. Yeah, I just sent it to the wrong address. Yeah, this whole protection thing is silly. Like, it's. I think that is. Can we summarize eBay's problems in the fact that it's just patchy? Like, just the fact that it's patchy and everything is a patch job. And depending on, and sometimes even when you ask for help, you get help from different people who are in different departments, and their advice is all patchy as well. I feel like the seller protection thing is over dramatized because there's a fear of it potentially happening. It doesn't happen as often, but when it does happen, it is a headache it is a headache to get that protection because the sellers are there. A lot of the sellers that it happens to, I feel they're not busy enough. So what happens is when they have a case that's open and they're trying to wait and see if it gets settled in their favor or not, and they're not sure, they're just checking and they're trying to get updates. They're chatting with eBay regularly, trying to get a response. And eBay's like, we're working on it. We're gonna assess it for you. Just give us a few days. And these sellers are just sitting there waiting for an outcome. I think that's probably the reason why it's just taking up a lot of brain time. But really, like myself, right? I've got um like I try and get up like once I answer all the questions, like upload the tracking, write any notes I need to, I just leave it. I don't think about it anymore. And I think like most of you are probably like that because you have enough things to do in your business, more than enough that you don't think about it. But there are a lot of small sellers who have a lot of emotion and they just sit there waiting for an outcome. And I think that's probably why it gets blown out of proportion sometimes. Yep, charge 90. Charger 90. It's patchy. Patchy, patchy, patchy. Has anyone started integrating using OpenAI in their business? It gets too much stuff wrong. Paul Laurie, Charger 19, Charger 90%. Charger 90, what's your name? And both of you, please explain what OpenAI in your business is. I have no idea. I would like to learn. Hey Rob, a chatbot. Oh. Ah, ChatGPT, right. Hey Jody, welcome. No, eBay is good for me. Haven't had any issues tonight. Um, you guys must have a lot of stock blasting through 100 listings. When your buy cost is very low, it's not hard to accumulate stock, Adam. Not hard at all. Scarily easy. It's scarily easy to accumulate stock. Night, Janelle. Wait, Adam, you're finding it hard to source? What's causing you to struggle with sourcing? Have you tried Facebook Marketplace? I feel like the one reason I love Marketplace so much is because it's the place where people haven't triaged their stuff yet. Like I feel when you go to op shops, people go, "Oh, I don't feel like dumping so much at the op shop." Garage sales are very hit and miss for me. I generally don't enjoy going to garage sales. I feel like garage sales where I am, uh, more are usually more like they put in all this effort to make a sign for you to come to their house so they can get to know you. But the stuff that's actually available, it's kind of shit. uh, on the resellers listing live stream, bringing good-looking men together. That should be the theme: bringing good-looking men together. I find with the savers bags actually sometimes actually no, I find with the savers bags most of the time they make the bags so small that you're paying $5. Let's say you pay $5 for 6 cars, right? But four of them are bad, two of them are good. So you end up paying essentially what is $2.50 for 2 cars per car, and then they sell for like $6, $7. It's not worth it. I like paying about 50 cents to $1 for a car. So and then being able to buy them in a pretty big bulk. And we buy them in bulk because the person who is selling it to us has an eye for a particular collection of cars as it is. So then really the flavor of the majority of it is desirable to me. The savers they mark it up, and they make they it's actually I find it's even better just to go to op shops and ask them if they got anything up the back. And there are a couple here that I go to, and they know me now. They just bring out the tubs of unsorted toys they've got, and they just go through them at $1 a piece, which is a lot better. And they're quite happy for me to take it anyways, because if I find if I try and reduce whatever they have in the bag by half, I still get my desired cost price. Yeah, and then eventually they realize, yeah, once John's taken what he wants, the rest of it is either donatable or we just put them in bags then. But if they put them in bags earlier, they don't move any faster anyways. And it's funny with bags because they will, if I clear the good stuff, half of it, and then they put the other half in bags, the bags still sell to the kids who want toys. If they bag it all up, they have twice the number of bags and they still sell at the same rate to kids who want toys. So they're better off just having half the things to bag and they move at the same rate. I think that's kind of that's the balance. So if you find that there are op shops that do get toys on a regular basis, just ask them, hey, can I help you, clear out the toys that you have, save you from sorting them. Depending on who you talk to, some might take it like, why are you trying to do my job for me? Leave me alone. Versus some will be like, yeah, totally. And I find the person that will give it to you is usually like the person who's volunteering, trying to do a good deed, but isn't really there to work hard. They're just there to be there. Usually mums who don't have anything to do during the day, they're going there to hang out. If you find some sort of young gun who's using it as a way to earn management points, then that person will be more of a stickler to not let you have access to the back room stock. Yeah. Or just be a hot girl, in which case you'll get access to everything. Need a glass of water. Pretty much, that's a car. That's a car shape. They go together. It's funny, right? Like they will sometimes when I come back a bit too early, they will essentially bring the tub and like, I don't think we've added much to this tub since you last came. Like they know. So if you can take work away from them, they got plenty to do. And from what I hear, most of the bigger op shops actually get so much donations that, I mean, if you get bulk lots and you find it disheartening going through them after a while because the quality just isn't there, imagine how the staff at the op shops feel when they get lots that are just crap, and they have to sort through it. They have no personal snake in it. After a while, they're just like, this is not giving me joy. I came here to help, and I'm not really helping. I came here to help and to see variety, and I'm not really getting any variety that's making me excited either. Just help them out. Always bring a hot girl. So I bought these. They were half price. No idea why. Barbecue limited edition saucy barbecue ribs. That's not a weird flavor, but it's strange for this to be on sale at half price. Let's try it. Smells alright. Is it a very it's definitely heavy on the paprika. It just tastes like smoky barbecue. I don't see where the saucy barbecue comes in. You would think saucy barbecue would be a bit sweeter, but it's not. It just tastes like regular barbecue chips with a bit more smoke. Rob, what do you mean by you bought too much? How does somebody buy too much? I reckon I have about 300 to 400 Monster High dolls that I haven't even sorted through yet. I was just buying like cheap bulk lots over the last 2-3 years, and then I realized how hard it was to put them together. But I reckon the value is not going to go down, so they're just sitting in my house at the moment. So one day, they will flood the market. One day. Monster High Bank ones. Yep, pretty much. Paul's back. Didn't say anything while I was eating chips. I just thought you'd gone. Don't be the first one to chime in when you hear some sort of other noise. Ah, got it. Moderating himself. That's some sibling-like love right there. Didn't realize eating Tim Tams actually has a sound. For me, Limp Bizkit Rolling is probably like my go-to song to get myself going. Then after that, I just turn off the music. But that's my like Limp Bizkit's Rolling. Rob Bailey and Hustle Standard, Beast. What else? What do you guys listen to get going? What's the go-to soundtrack? All right, partner. Keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is. So good. Oh, Thunderstruck's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, Jody, it's pretty rinse and repeat, this whole reselling thing. Don't feel bad. Like if you're doing things because you feel bad, you're not gonna enjoy yourself. And we all know that we do our best work when we enjoy ourselves. So that's about it, really. There's nothing much more to say about than that. Don't be so hard on yourself. And most of us is like this packing parcels, because that's the most urgent thing. And then after packing, it's sorting some. If I've got Brian coming in the next day to get work done, usually I sort out some stuff from the photograph the next day, because if we've done packing already, the next day it'll probably be like a half day of packing, then half day of just photographs, and clearing out some space, getting some bulk lots done, getting rid of junk, doing more photos, because then I can be up here doing listings during the day, during the night. Having a fixed kind of schedule with the kids helps as well, so I know how many hours of work I can do every single day. The days I do extracurricular with the kids, then I know I've got less work time. But yeah, it's always packing first, and then whatever else the day allows later. It used to be fixed YouTube recording days as well, like Tuesday in particular was like a recording day. But then I'm realizing with the lives that a lot of the discussion, the thoughts that you guys want to, the valuable thoughts and the exchanges are happening kind of in these lives anyways, and through the interviews that we're doing with like various resellers. So I've kind of stopped trying to come up with videos to record and kind of got that time back, because then we're merging good conversation time right here with listing. And yeah, so I got my Tuesday back more or less, because I'm not dedicating that to just recording anymore. That's about it, really. So I do everything in my business, but I delegate the shipping and the photos 1 day a week, because Brian works 1 day a week, sometimes 2 days a week, depending on how much work there is, because he's casual. Used to be full time last year, and then it's kind of winded down to be casual because sales did slow down a little bit as well. Over the last 4 years that I've been doing this, I have had somebody working either part time or full time about 2.5 years of that 4 years, maybe 3 years actually, because my sister worked for me full time for a whole year. And then I had someone else work for me, I think for half a year part time. And then Brian did full time for a whole year. Yeah, so 2.5. So 2 years full time, 1 year part time, and now back into like casual hours. And I think, and the thing is, like, if you know what you're sourcing and you know how much stuff you can get, and there's no end to it really, but there's sales coming in that justifies paying a salary so that you can go source more and then process and source more and process to kind of get your processing reps in. To Thomas' point about, picking, packing, picking, packing, photograph, listing, repeat. Like, you want to increase those reps, you kind of need to hire somebody, because if you keep doing it, if you just do it all yourself, it gets a bit tiring. You're not very good at parting out your time. So if you just delegate big chunks of work and then you can focus on other things, you get a taste of that growth. And then when you go back to one person, you're like, actually, I can do a lot more as one person. Whereas before, you were doing a lot less. So like now, for example, Jody, you're at home and you're working around people. Eventually, if you start delegating work and then one day you take it all back, you go, whoa, I can actually do all this by myself. Grow again, delegate. Then now you've got essentially what is 1.5 people's worth of work. And from that point on, you're more or less looking to delegate, because you know that you can't go back to one person's work anymore. So maximizing capacity is a big question mark for a lot of resellers, because they don't know much what you can do, especially if you come from a job where you go to work full time, but really you spend like 30% of the time working, and the rest of it's just like talking, chilling, cigarette break, longer lunches, pointless networking, chit chat. Like, you don't know what your maximum capacity is. There are very few jobs where you're actually at maximum capacity, which is why nurses who go from nursing to reselling make really good resellers, because they understand what maximizing capacity is. I love watching nurses who resell, because like they are so used to seeing, they know what it feels like when the engine's in overdrive. That, okay, nurses, people work in hospitality, factory workers, like just people who, they know what it's like to to be busy all the time and keep the engine running. When they do reselling, they don't have any issues, because they're not like, they've never sat around all day doing nothing, compared to those guys who go from finance or like retail, and then they come into reselling and they go, I feel like I'm doing enough, but I feel like I can do more. And there's this and ah kind of in between limbo state. Yeah. So if and you coming from ATO as well, like office job, right? I used to be in banking too. I know that feeling of like I don't know what my capacity actually is because I used to work in the bank, but I'd also work restaurants at night, and I felt way more productive in a restaurant, even though I wasn't making as much money as when I was in the bank. And so knowing that you've got that capacity, knowing what it feels like to have the engine running nonstop, once you know that, then you can really work out. All right, if I'm hiring somebody, and I know that people generally work at 50% of what I work at, that's okay because that's what employees should do. Because context, like if I hire somebody and I know what my 100% is, I know I can't keep 100% forever. So say I'm running it out like a continuous 70, 80%. If I hire somebody, they're going to start out at 30% of my capacity. Eventually they get a 50%. If they don't get any more than that, I should be okay with it, because if they get to 70, 80% of my capacity, then really what it is they're too good. I need to promote them, pay them more, they're going to leave. So then you're essentially going, I'm at 80%. I'll go to 100 during the busy periods to cover up all the gaps. Um, Employee 1, 2, 3, if they oscillate between 30 to 50%, that's okay. That's just standard. If I have an excellent staff member who's going in about that 70% mark, are they 70% across the board or just on one thing? Because like my sister was great. She was a gun at taking photos. She took photos faster than me and she did it. And she could get there within 6 months of me teaching her to do it. But she hated almost every other aspect of the business. So when I look at her, I go, when I want photos taken and I've got a lot of stuff to process, I get her in and she just powers through them. And then and she was also very good at sorting out little details. So back when I had her, sorting out dolls was a breeze, especially like Sylvanian families with really, really tiny accessories, because she just knew how to visually put them, like sort them out. Like sometimes, like sorting Legos, I hate it because they all start to blur into one, and I don't like looking at lots of Legos sorting by color, by brick. She had that brain that was able to do that really well. So those two tasks, I would say she's like a 9 out of 10. Packing, like she would do it like so. So then, yeah, but you first need to know what 100% looks like for you. That way you can essentially mirror and go, yep, that's like 90, that's a 70, that's a 60, and kind of go from there. But if you haven't sorted yourself out yet, then essentially your team isn't sorted out and it's kind of wishy-washy, and then you're gonna pay pointless salaries. They're gonna idle because they don't know, they don't really have an example to follow either. Yeah. Nice in-depth this whole conversation around like building a team and growing and whatnot. How do you even get there? I feel like the Sylvanian families thing, the satisfaction when you complete a set is almost very similar to when you find like all the pieces in a bulk lot for a Lego set. I remember when we got the, I think it was the Watermill Bakery, and then all the little bakery pastries and things, even like the paper bags and the signs that they went in. The rest of you guys who don't do dolls, you're not gonna get it. But essentially, like the croissants were like that small, and we found every single croissant, every single like bagel, every single, and then they even had little paper bags that you could put them in, and like super cute. And we found it all, we staged it all, took really good photos. I was like, oh, this actually looks really nice. I reckon I would play with this if like I didn't have other interests already. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I love about toys. The fact that sets come complete at $200. Over time, pieces go missing, condition worsens. If somebody has it in good condition, as new condition, all the parts are there, doubles in value just because play happened. Like you're not trying to keep it rare, just play happened. And for one set, and for this set, play happened a lot gentler. Value doubles. Love it. Anyone put emojis in their descriptions? I don't. Do you? Why? Hi, Liz. Sleep well. The sound of chips chewing in your ear. That's clever. I like that. Little apple. Did you buy that puppy dog? Did you buy that Logitech keys one? Or are you talking about like a legit, like a proper mechanical keyboard that just makes a nice clicky sound? I used to have a louder keyboard than this, and I couldn't deal with the noise. I just found it too much. So I think this is a nice happy medium. I'm quite happy with it. The fact that I didn't actually test it and just went off reviews, I'm quite happy with it. Logitech to me, they tend to just like they're not made for anybody, right? They're just this happy medium that tries to be mass market ish. So in this case, it's a nice happy medium that I'm happy with. Like it just the build's fairly solid too, so not bad. Can't complain. I've been typing on it. Like they're somewhere a bit too high. The keys are a bit too tall, and then like when you type, you keep rubbing other keys, and then it registers the wrong keys. But this one, so far, I've been typing tonight. Been quite happy with it. Haven't noticed any sort of like strain or too much like wrist tension. Finish the rest on Thursday. 4.5 hours to go. Ah, da, 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 da. I think Adam was referring to how like they'll have items that are priced really low in the US with like high international rates that you see, and wondering whether anyone will actually pay for it to go to a different place. I feel like if you have sold, if you're talking about, if you're looking at items, are you talking about how like items have drastically different prices depending on which country they're in when you look at Terapeak for all sites? Is that what you mean by international? Because the postage part's pretty straightforward actually. Just wait, and then there's maximum dimensions. Oh, wait. Why do you think? But why do you think the currency matters? I just feel like you just price within your currency, and then yeah, I've never listed in a different eBay other than eBay Australia. So maybe Tom can comment on like, Tom, do you list on eBay like eBay US, eBay UK, things like that, or do you just list out of like eBay Australia and then let them and just make? Because I thought if you list it out of eBay Australia and you just make it available for international shipping, they can just see the total anyways, isn't it? Does that answer your question, Adam? I see what. Okay, so what I think, but Adam, when you yeah, so when you look at the pricing, it's converted for you. Um, w- Now that you know that, what are you trying to do? What do you want to do with that information? I think I'm coming to the end. I'm on 95 at the moment, so the goal is to get to 100. But I think I'll keep going to maybe about three. Um, Pricing internationally, you you got a unit price, and then you have your shipping price. The shipping price is more expensive, therefore could be a deterrent for an international buyer. However, if your item is sought after internationally more so than in Australia, sometimes you can price it a little bit higher. The local buyer may and R about the item. Next thing you know, the international buyer just buys it at full price. So it comes down to your understanding, I suppose, of how desirable an item is, which once again, if you're an everything seller, could be you could be completely miscalculating it based on the comps that you see. Um, yeah, something that I find useful is if you're part of Facebook groups that give you feedback on how desirable certain items are depending on the region that they're in. You could that already tells you informs how you should price anyways. Or another way of looking at international shipping is you price the item for the local buyer, and then the international buyer, if they desire it, you don't have to charge them the international price. So, for example, there are some items that are priced for the local buyer, and then if an international buyer were to buy it, they're still getting a deal with the shipping included because it's a lot more expensive where they are. So you're just widening your market, giving yourself a better chance at a quicker sell through rate. Bye, Adam. Yeah, Tom, I totally would love to hear your story of transitioning from whatever small space you're working in to where you are now. I think that's something that a lot of us don't know. Like we don't know what to expect. We kind of think, when we get there, it all makes sense, but then it all still feels a bit. It feels the most unknown. I think going from your own home to like an external space. How big of a space you get. Like it's like I want someone to tell me where you are when you go to the next space. This is what you need because you're gonna fill it up eventually. That kind of stuff. Like how did you know how much space you needed? Did you make any mistakes getting into a bigger space, smaller space, all that kind of stuff? Yeah, who is Samson? Samson Warehouse Tour. Yeah, who's Samson? Like, there's a few videos, but they don't specifically say Samson. I just typed in Samson Warehouse Tour. That's so cool. At the moment, I've got these like really small tubs for SKU, which is like column A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then because toys are so small, it's so hard to label on them. They're all we just make sure like what's that there's no duplicate in every box, so that if somebody goes to a box and they need to find Venom, there's only one Venom in there, and there's like no multiples of the same character. That's about it. That's I'm trying to make it simpler, but then I feel like for the effort having to label every single item so that it's like one A, it's like one A2 or A12, and then like the one with the sticker number 2 is it. But that requires like bagging everything and stickering everything. And I feel like for bigger items, it makes sense. I've seen some guys in the US do it, but they label every single item so that it's A11 or A12, and they grab item number 2. They have to know what the item actually is. But for smaller items, yeah, I find it harder. So I feel like after about 3 months, most people those who have worked for me kind of know what everything is, anyways. So then when they go to the tub and they go, and if there isn't any confusion anymore because they've seen the item and they can pick it up and go, yeah, this it's the same red, it's the same model. This car is red, but it's not a Ferrari because the one that we're selling is a Ferrari. This one's a Lamborghini, things like that. Yeah, would like for it to be even easier. I would like for it to get to a point where they don't have to see the item and just grab it. So if anyone knows a better way, apart any other ways, maybe the only way is to label each item so that every item is individually bagged. Although that would be easier with packing because it's like you just grab and chuck and send. Yeah. Sorry guys, talking aloud. Lean processing. Share with us. Oh, great Tom. Machine BHFO? What's BHFO? I am saving this for later. BHFO. Hi, Rob. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, it reminds me when Ken Block died and all my Hot Wheel Fiesta cars got sold. 4 of them, all 4 that I had, sold within like 10 minutes. 4 different states in the US. And it freaked me out. I was just like, is this a scam? And then I realized he probably died. But yeah, I haven't really any other death kind of like situations apart from Ken Block. Yeah. I think I'm gonna call it a night, guys. Shall we call it a night? We got to 6 hours, so that's a new record. That's a new record. Well, Tom, thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed our company as much as we enjoyed yours. Thank you for sharing your insight as well, because you're clearly a lot further ahead than all of us. And so, as you can tell, everyone's very keen to um, dig your brain. So yeah, come join us whenever, Tuesday and Thursday nights. You know where we are. I would love to continue, but I do have to do school drop off tomorrow, so it would not be wise of me to drive without sleep. Right. We got to get to school first, though. That's the thing, right? Got to get to school first. So, um, I think next holidays there was talk of potentially doing like a 24-hour live stream. So, trying to figure out how to make that happen, like a Facebook group where we upload photos of what we eat for lunch. I have already agreed verbally, anyways, that I would be okay taking a nap on camera. Which one? This one? Hi, everyone. Have a good afternoon, good morning, good night. We'll see you all on Thursday. Peace.